For the 136th time, we welcome you into Dunfield for the beginning of the Elmira Pioneers season. Welcome, folks. Anthony Labate here on the microphone as we take you through each and every game of this spectacular season at the historic Dunfield. It's the Elmira Pioneers, it's the Batavia Muckdogs, and it's only here in Elmira. A lot of things to look toward this game, and it starts with the man on the mound. Right there, Landon Birch, the older brother of Larson, a consistent player for the Elmira Pioneers. He comes here out of Middle Tennessee State to take the reps and start opening day. As well, out in the field, you look in right field. Who could it be? It's Cooper Smith, back for a one-time performance. We'll see if it continues if once Pioneers reach the playoffs, but they got to get over the big hurdle, and that hurdle is last year's West Division champions, the Batavia Muckdogs. It was a dogfight in their last game, went into multiple extra innings. However, in the end, Batavia came out on top, made it all the way to the championship game, did not succeed. They are looking to step forward and get over the hurdle. All of your action for the Pioneers coming up very shortly, as we just had first pitch you saw there. And right now, Birch getting ready to send this one down. Dubek right behind the plate. And Pioneers baseball gets up and rolling. And coming to the bat for Batavia, it's going to be Glenn Brooks, the center fielder for the team. He steps into this one. But as I was saying, Landon Birch, he joins his younger brother. He played for Middle Tennessee State. He started his senior season going 11 2/3 innings, scoreless. He looks to continue that today. And getting ready for the first pitch here to start the season. Birch slings it inside for strike number one, and the Pioneers season begins. This year, a lot of fun games coming up, including this back-to-back games against the Batavia Muckdogs, which Birch looks to be holding on to. Second pitch in the contest. Just a bit high there in the zone, though. Gets strike number two. For Elmira here, what they're looking for. Start early and start strong. Coach Strum, his priority is going to be the hitting. And that's why he brought in Matt Birch, the pitching coach for the team, who is the father of Landon and Larson. As pitch here. Cracked foul. So, still two strikes on the board. Here, one ball as well for the squad. As Brooks steps into the box there. The stretch, the throw, in there for strike number three. Caught him looking. And Birch start things off early with a backwards K. Birch already so far. 5 pitches, 4 strikes. Looking to continue that one. Jalen David comes in. He's the left fielder. That pitch is low for ball number one. It's going to be interesting with Birch here is just how he mixes up his pitches. Because you see how he got into the game from his father. Wants to continue it throughout here. And Jalen David, he wants to give him a run for his money as that pitch goes inside. Very close to hitting the batter. However, no cigar. Ball number 2 comes in. 1 out in this first inning for the Pioneers as they kick off their season. Pitch down, low, ball 3. So after a strong first batter, Birch 3 straight balls, trying to paint the corners. Birch's stretch and delivery, outside. That's a walk, folks. And that gets the first base runner on the board for the Batavia Muckdogs. Heads over to first base. Jalen David. And coming up, Michael Wheelahan will be the one for the Muckdogs. So 4 straight pitches, 4 straight balls. Birch looking to keep his consistency back to that first batter. And Glenn Brooks, where he struck him out. As a little shimmy on the side there comes from David. Sky-high ball. Looking to make the catch for that one is going to be Ryan Kristoff, and he does so. Bop out to the first baseman to give you that rundown of what the field's looking right now. In left field, we've got Michael Ferranti. Center field, Brett Baker. Right field, Cooper Smith, as I mentioned before, one of the biggest celebrations as he came into this game. Then it was also going to be Jalen Tidwell at third, Michael Gardner at short, Quinton Lakeith at second, Ryan Kristoff at first, and Brandon Duback, he's doing the catching duties today. As they look to change the ball out there. So 2 outs now. Man on first base. Batavia got their first base runner, however, not by way of the hit. It was a walk. Kyle Vaughn, pitch down. Duback throws up, too high, slides in safe there for a stolen base as Jalen David. So already the Muckdogs showing off their speed on the base path. Now a man goes to second base. So stolen bag there goes for David as Vaughn took the first pitch strike. Birch looks behind, looks forward. Pitch up there for strike number 2. And so if you're the Muckdogs right now, you've got an opportunity with runners in scoring position. Try to score early. That's what Elmira makes their game on. Punching you early and punching you hard with runs. And right now, Birch has been doing such, as you see a little dancing on the base path there. Swing, little bit too early. Excuse me, too late on that one. It goes the opposite direction for Kyle Vaughn, the right fielder. Kyle Vaughn tapping the hat there. So we get into this one. Birch stares down. David still at second base. Swung on and missed for strike number 3. And it's 2 strikeouts that come in for Birch. As the top of the first inning ends here, Pioneers hold the Batavia Muckdogs to 0 runs on the board. But now it is time for the home team to get their turn at the bats. I'll step aside as the Muckdogs and the Pioneers continue here. We're back here at Dunn Field, and the Pioneers get ready to bat. And to take a look at the starting lineups, here's what we got here. Michael Gardner, he's starting things off. Shortstop here. Brett Baker, the center fielder. Brandon Duback, the catcher. Ryan Gabbianelli, the DH. Cooper Smith, The right fielder, Trevor Reed, Ryan Kristoff, Quinlan Keefe, Jalen Tidwell, and Michael Ferrante. Is now coming to the plate, as I said, Michael Gardner. And he's looking to make a little action happen here. First pitch, and he knocks that one over to the third baseman. Step, throw from Brock over to the first baseman, and there's the first out there by Batavia. Quick one there. They get the job done. And Brett Baker enters into the game. Brett Baker looking to make his impact known early. Baker, a resident of Chelmsford, Massachusetts, he decided to go to school local, UMass Dartmouth. First pitch goes foul, back towards us here in the press box, and it'll be strike one. And on the mound today for the Batavia Muckdogs is Noah Nix, the right-hander. Second offering here. Too high. The eye there from Brett Baker holds him back. No swing on the ball. Taps those corners as he does so each and every time. Pitch comes in. Inside. It's going to be ball number 2. So 2-1 count now for Brett Baker. He hits that one foul. Brett Baker, he returns to the Elmira Pioneers. He was a player last year for the team where he batted a .314 average. Looking to get his first hit here today. 2-2 count. 1 out so far from Nix. Outside of the plate. Full count now. Either way this pitch goes, could be benefit Muckdogs, benefit Pioneers. The payoff pitch swung on and dropping into the outfield. It's going to be the first base hit of the Pioneers season, and it comes by way of Brett Baker. Pioneers get a man on base early. And that one there, Brett Baker, he just got a rope of that one, and it dropped inside. As Brandon Duback comes to the plate, the catcher looks to send his man forward. Last time, Jalen David stole base for the Muckdogs. But now looking to make something happen here. Pitch in there for strike number 1. Nodded his head after that one. Knew it was a strike the second across the plate. Kept the bat on the shoulders. As you see a little lead there by Brett Baker. Pitch inside. It's hit off the inside part of the bat. Going down for that one there is Michael Wilson, and he tosses it over to first base to get this second out. But not before the advancement of the runner there in Brett Baker. So Ryan Gabbianelli comes in there. Michael Wilson took the ball and threw it over to James Quintirano. So man in scoring position now for the Pioneers. 2 outs on the board. Pitch low. Ball number 1. So 1-0 count, man in scoring position. Opportunity for the cleanup hitter to do some damage early. Opening day here at Dunfield. Outside pitch does not go. 2-0 now is the count for Ryan Gabbianelli. Ryan Gabbianelli, he's just graduated out of high school. This is his first collegiate season before he heads off to play in Stonehill. That pitch outside for ball number 2. Evanelli, he was named to New England Baseball Journal's preseason All-Prep third team. He enters this one 3-0 count. The hurl from Nix. The umpire does not give him that pitch. It's 4-pitch walk. And now there's a man on first, man on second for the Pioneers. And Cooper Smith comes into the game. A fan favorite here for the Pioneers. And Cooper Smith, he comes out of Eden Prairie, Minnesota, playing for George Mason. As the little mound visit there from Nix and his catcher, Joey Soccaro. This is Cooper Smith's 5th season with the Pioneers. It's man on first, man on second, pitch inside, ball number 1. So 5 straight pitches coming by way of Noah Nix. 5 times the righty has not been able to hit one in the strike zone. 1-0 count. 2 men on for the Pioneers. Pitch right down Broadway for his first strike in 6 pitches. Both these teams offensively worrying about the other side getting into a rhythm with their play. As Nix sets up, throws on, outside. Tapping the plate there, Cooper Smith, 2-1 count. Looks back, throws on, paints the corner. Strike number 2. So with a couple ducks on the pond right now, Cooper Smith looking to do some damage. He's in a 2-2 count though. Look back, look forward, look back, throw. Knocked down, trying to beat out the throw from Willinson. Does not do so. And that's out number 3, and we will take a quick pause to hear as Batavia Muckdogs and Elmira Pioneers tied at 0s, entering into the 2nd inning. The Elmira Pioneers are sponsored by AIM Independent Living, AJ's Outdoor Power Equipment, Ann's Pancakes, Centralis Health, Blaze Brockway, Bully Hill Vineyards, CAF USA, Casa Trinity Prevention, Chemung Canal Trust Company, Chemung Supply, Coca-Cola, Council Rock Wealth Advisory Group, Dandy Mini Marts, Elm Chevrolet, Elmira Heat Treating, Chemung County Family Fitness Center, Finger Lakes Federal Credit Union, FM Howell, Glove House, Guthrie, Hilliard Corporation, Honeybee Made, Jubilee Foods, Kahuna's, Kennedy Valve, M&T Bank, Martha Lloyd Community Services, McDonald's, Papa John's, Pathways, Pinecroft, Rodney J. Strange, ServPro, Serve You Credit Union, Sheddens, Solutions Credit Union, Southern Tier Custom Fabricators, Susan Minchin Dentistry, Swan Morse Insurance, Texas Roadhouse, Tom's South Corning Collision, the United States Army, the United States Navy, Vasco Brands, Wegmans, Wise Markets, Well Now Urgent Care, WETM, Wiggle 100, and Woodbrook Assisted Living. Thank you for sponsoring the Elmira Pioneers, and go Pios. Welcome you back here to Dunn Field as we enter into the bottom of the 2nd. Coming up to the plate now, Jalen Rogue, the DH for the Muckdogs. So we enter into the top of the second. Last time out, it was one base runner off a pair of walks for Batavia. However, now we'll see how that ends up changing as first pitch goes in for a ball. Second pitch from Birch. Side almost hit the batter. Ball number 2, excuse me. Birch staring down Dubeck. Jalen Rogue watches that one for the strike. Tapping the plate there. Looking to make things roll for the squad. That one, did he go? They say he went on the swing. Rogue takes strike number 2. Back-to-back strikes there for the Muckdogs. 2-2 count now. Birch looking to get into a rhythm. Rogue just a little high. Pioneers fans not happy about the call, but either way, it's a 3-2 count. No outs now here in the top of the second. Birch guns down. Takes a turn. Swings it on. And it'll be a free pass going to Batavia. Just a little too low. And now brings a man on first base. So already, Birch has to worry about a man in his way. How about now is Evan Brock, the third baseman for the Muckdogs. And we'll see how Dubeck decides to throw towards Brock. Third baseman there as the pickoff attempt over at first base. Does not go in favor of the Pioneers. Rogue gets back to the bag. As you can see there, Brock playing a little bit further back in the box. As many of these Muckdogs have so far. Swung on and missed there. Strike number 1 comes in. Using that back part of the plate allows for a little bit extra time to move forward, especially for those power hitters who need to get all their leg into it. And that's what Brock's trying to do here. Throw on, in there for strike number 2. So back in a situation with no balls and 2 strikes for Birch. He had 2 Ks in the last inning. One was looking, the other forwards. Brock squares in. Birch gets ready. Pitch, throw back over to first base, trying to beat Rogue out there. Kristoff had to jump a little bit too high for it. No opportunity. So they give each other a little acknowledgement of what they may be doing forward between Doback and Doback and Kristoff, the first baseman and the catcher. So 1-2 count now. That one hit high and over off our roof. Hear that little thud in the background. That's from the foul ball. Count remains 1-2. As you look at the history between these two teams, Batavia and Elmira, 2 of the best teams when it comes to the West Division of the PGCBL. And they've been showing it so far. That one goes inside. Strike 3, and he knew it. Evan Brock watches that one go by for the backwards K. And all of a sudden, Birch once again starts his first out with a man looking. So coming up here is Miles Manal, the shortstop for the Muckdogs. Pitch, up and in, strike number 1. Birch is trying to get into his zone right now. Couple of walks so far, 3 strikeouts. That one goes in for strike number 1. Excuse me, that one went outside for ball number 1. Looking as if he's telling something to his second baseman is Birch. Saying get ready for the attempt there as that one gets knocked inside. Splits in between the third baseman and shortstop. And a little bit of difficulty holding onto the ball there by Michael Ferranti. And all of a sudden, the first hit of the game for the Batavia Muckdogs comes by way of Miles Manel. So now all of a sudden, man on first, man on second for Birch. He's just got one out though. And stepping up, Joey Socorro. First pitch comes in from Birch. It knocks down there. Goes into the glove of Jalen Tidwell. He throws it over to first, and stretching out and picking up that one is Ryan Christoph for the second out of the inning. So the opposite of what just happened the play before, where there was difficulty getting the ball. Now all of a sudden, Jalen Tidwell makes the easy one there. However, all of a sudden, runners advance. It's not over yet. Still one out to go, though, to get out of the inning. And he's going to have to do it against James Quintaro, the first baseman. Jalen Rogue on third base. He reached on a walk. On second base right now is Miles Manel. He got a single that split between the infielders. And right there was just an advance coming by way of Joey Socorro, the catcher, excuse me. That first pitch ended up going in there for a strike as James Quintaro looks on. That pitch in there again for strike number 2. So after difficult situations, Birch has been able to find his locations and get those strikes. Saw it before where he gave up the walk and then immediately gave a strike, punched a strikeout. Looking for out number 3. 0-2 count. In there, strike 3 is the call. Birch gets out of it with a big backwards K, and the Pioneers will be up to bat coming up right now. Hey fans, 2026 season tickets are on sale right now. Come be part of the Pioneers family. Season tickets have a no-waste policy and start at just $99. Call 607-734-2690 to get your tickets today. As throwdown comes there by Batavia, and they get set for this bottom half of the inning. And coming up to plate, it's going to be Trevor Reed. Trevor Reed comes in as the extra hitter, and differing from professional baseball, as you may see, PGCBL allows for 10 hitters to come into the game. And first pitch, high and inside. Reed gets hit by that one. And just like that, a base runner gets on. Ball slipped out of the hand of Nix. So as you mentioned about Reed coming in, he sends over to first, and Ryan Kristoff comes in. Ryan Kristoff gets ready to bring this one home. Already, that first base runner is not easy for Nix. Pitch in there, strike number one. Especially early on in this season, getting a base runner like that starts to get your mind to wander off a little bit. It requires a little bit more focus, and that's what they need to do. And this timeout is called there, and especially against a guy like Kristoff. He just had his freshman year at Niagara University, 6'2", 200 pounds. Stepping into that box, intimidating for any pitcher going in there. So that one goes for a ball. And a stare down there comes from Noah Nix to his catcher. Looking over, pickoff attempt. Does not go in way of the Muckdogs. Remaining at first base there will be Trevor Reed. Kristoff enters into this game as the first baseman from Windsor, New York. Not too far from here. That pitch goes in for ball number 2. Opening day always has a very different field, especially here at Dunn Field, where we even got some fireworks happening after the show for all the fans here. And if you want to catch all of the festivities, once again, as mentioned earlier, call the office at 607-734-2690. Strike 2 goes in there for Nix as the swing is missed on by Kristoff. Quinlan Keefe stands on deck for the Pioneers. As this pitch, high again. Looking to try and maybe make the same spot that he did earlier that ended up falling out of the finger and hitting Reed. Kristoff not able to hit his, Nix not able to hit his spot. Kristoff's the one in the batter's box, trying to hold off from potentially getting hit. Timeout is called. Stare down comes down between these two, pitcher and batter. So you see the lead coming off there by Trevor Reed. Pitch well outside. It's a free pass, and it looks as though he's taking a look at it, and Trevor Reed will not try to go to third base. A wild pitch there will go. And Nix is down and hurt. We'll step aside here from Dunn Field. As we return here into Dunfield after what was a scary scene, Noah Nix evaluated by the trainer and taken out of this game after just an inning of work in the beginning of the second inning. Coming into relief for him will be Jack Page. You hope for the best for Noah Nix. Just a freshman who is going to Ren Lake College. Hope it's nothing serious. The Muckdogs look to bounce back from it. Page steps in here, the right-hander. Sophomore from Westminster College. As Pioneers still have 2 on here. Anthony Labonte in the studio. Take you through this one. After what was difficult there for the Muckdogs, they look to bounce back from it. Ryan Kristoff advanced to first base there on the walk. Trevor Reed moves to second base from it. Quinlan Keefe comes up to bat for the Pioneers. First pitch goes for a ball. Quinlan Keefe is a freshman at Manhattan University. Infielder. He takes ball number 2 from Page. Quinlan Keefe, if he's able to get underneath one, he can send it a long distance. Now with two men on, gives it an opportunity as that one goes high, backwards, and out for a foul. So now 2-1 is the count. Muckdogs still without an out in the inning. The bottom half of this inning. The pitch in. The swung on and missed. Looks as though it may have hit off the top of the bat. It's going to go for strike number 2. So an opportunity for Elmira. It's better than ever. No outs. Man in scoring position. Trying to get on the board first. That one low. For ball 3, it's a full count now. Jack Page looking to get his first out coming in relief here. That one just gets the corner and sends Quinlan Keefe back to the dugout. Jack Page starts out strong with a strikeout. And coming up now for the Pioneers will be Jalen Tidwell to take over. And for Jalen Tidwell, he just played at Erskine College. He got his first collegiate game in March against Claffin. So he looks to be an impact for this Pioneers team as that first pitch goes for a strike, and Page is painting right now. Just had the strikeout on Quinlan Keefe, looking for another one on Jalen Tidwell. Looks back and forth. That pitch outside imitates as if he's going to throw down his Socorro. But he doesn't go anywhere with that one. That one goes past him. As you see right there, the wave by Tidwell telling his runners to go forward. And a pass ball allows for men to get in even better position for Tidwell. As you can see, players today wearing for the Pioneers their brand new pinstripe uniforms with that red lettering to go alongside. Some new threads for the new season. Swung on a miss there for strike number 2. Two balls, 2 strikes, 1 out here. So now men advanced over from first and second to second and third. That one hit foul. Both sides right now just with 1 lone hit. For Elmira, that came by way of Brett Baker, who just dropped one in the outfield. Did well, looking to make a second and potentially run on the board. That one's high for ball 3. Full count now. As the fans get into it, that one is hit on the inside part of the bat, below the barrel, and it goes for foul. Fans getting into it here early. Elmira is looking to get a run on the board. Pitch, swung on, foul, hits off the helmet of the catcher. Tidwell now, still a full count. Jack Page taking over the mound duties here. Payoff pitch. High, ball 4. Bases are now juiced for the Pioneers. And coming up next is Michael Ferranti. Ferranti, the left fielder, he's looking to get a little bit of action happening here on the scoreboard. Michael Ferranti is from Endicott, New York. He goes to Onondaga Community College. And this past season, he was batting consistently. In his career, he's batting .346. He's got 31 RBIs. So right now, the count is 1-0. That pitch goes in for strike number 1. Any little bit of bloop or big smash of this ball could put runners home. That pitch goes up and in for strike 2. Ferranti not happy with the call. Thinks it was a little high. This pitch. They asked for check swing, and they say he went for the out. Check swing did not hold up. Strike number 3 for Ferranti. And now coming up is Michael Gardner. All of a sudden, a golden opportunity where he had 2 men on with no outs. You get another one on, but now only opportunity you have is a base knock or potentially even a walk. Pitch outside. Ball 1. In the other batter box, hold off from Gardner. And he gets hit with it and takes his walk over to first base. And all of a sudden, the Pioneers get their first run on the board here off of the hit by pitch. So Trevor Reed gets home. Kristoff moves to third. Tidwell moves to second, and Gardner gets to first base with that one. Coming up now, Brett Baker. As I said earlier, he had the hit earlier, as that one is hit sky high. It goes off to left field. Looking to make a play on that one is Jalen David. It goes over his head. He can't get the ball in. Bases are cleared on the double by Baker. It's 3 runs on the board for the Pioneers as he sends home Kristoff, Tidwell, and Gardner on the stand-up double. Pioneers now out to a larger lead. They've got 4 on the board before the Batavia Muckdogs can even put 1 in. Now Dubik comes up. He had the sacrifice hit last time, and he's got a man in scoring position. So the second hit of the day for the Pioneers goes for a double, and Brett Baker, he's putting together a stat line for himself. A single in the first, a double in the second. Dubak pitch right there for strike. It's 1-1 is the count. The ball by Brett Baker going for a double over the head of Jalen David. Put 3 on the board. It all started after 1 run coming off a hit by pitch. That one's knocked on the ground. It's hit over to Whelan, and it sends it on over the first baseman and gets the 3rd out of the inning. But not before the Pioneers put 4 on the board. And all of a sudden, we head into the 3rd inning as the Pioneers lead 4-0. Back here as the Muckdogs come back up, and Brian Johnson comes in as the extra hitter for the Muckdogs. 4 runs put on the board from the offense. Now Lynn Birch looking to maintain his defensive prowess. That one goes up and swung on and missed there for strike number 1. Top of the 3rd here in the contest. That one swung on again and missed. So Birch right now is getting the man to miss. Potentially see him to try and get another chase on the ball. Potentially a breaking ball outside. That one goes low, swung on and missed. Tagged him out. 3 pitches, 3 strikes, and the first out of the inning comes for Landon Birch. Glenn Brooks comes back into this one. He started off his day looking at 3 strikes. Due up after him, it's going to be Jalen David, who had that walk and stolen base before. That one is hit. That one goes high over towards center field. Looking to make a play on the ball. There is Brett Baker, and he does so. Right in front of the Stinger Sports sign. Second out comes in for the Pioneers. And as I said, now coming in is Jalen David. Should fly out there to center field. Looking to get back into this one. Got a piece of it, but nothing going in way of the Muckdogs. 2 outs so far. Pitch goes outside. Knocks off the pads of Dubek here. But 1-0 is the count. Staring down here as David takes a step, and it knocks off the bat. They say it actually hit his hand. So it hit the hand of David. Don't rule it as part of the bat. He heads over to first base. So first base runner here for the Muckdogs on top of the third. They got one last time, and Jalen Rogue, who got walked, and then is single by Manel, sent to the third. But now coming up, it's Michael Wheelahan. You can hear from the Muckdogs dugout the chants of "Go Wheel." Trying to get him locked and loaded into this one. Fans getting into this one. 1-0 0-1 count as pitch goes over, and the tag out attempt does not work for Birch. As that one goes too far outside, and that will go in there. So 1-0 is still, 0-1 is still the count here. Top of the third. I'm going to get into this one, but now it's a man at second. There, David Rand. Pitch goes in for strike number 2. David so far, Jalen David now on second base for his second time. Four 4-0 lead right now for the Pioneers. Birch swings that one in and gets the strikeout for out number 3. Pioneers lead 4-0. They get ready to go back to the bats, and we'll catch you on the other side. Looking for the latest Pioneers gear, hats, shirts, hoodies, jersey, official team programs, and much more? Make sure that you visit the merch shop at Dunfield when you take your visit. As we get back here into the contest, stepping up to the plate here for the Pioneers is Ryan Gabinelli. He walked his first time up. It's Gabinelli, Smith, and then Reed due up. First pitch. Goes for a ball. As you can see, the sun's coming back out. A little bit of concern with some rain coming in. Didn't end up happening, though. That pitch goes there. That goes for ball number 2. As Gabinelli looks on, he swings, he misses for the first strike of his at-bat. That pitch goes for strike number 2. Ryan Gabinelli spending his first season here, like I said earlier, 6'3", 205. Here we go. Strike number 3 comes in. Gabinelli goes down on strikes. Cooper Smith comes up once again. He's wearing number 18 today. Cooper Smith, once again, longtime Pioneer, returns back to Dunfield here, looking to make his impact. That pitch goes wild and goes for ball number 1. Like I said before, Pioneers, they play today here at Dunfield, and then tomorrow they travel on the road to face Batavia. That pitch goes in. It's knocked on the ground there. Trying to get a play on that is Brock, who can't get it done. Pitch, throw goes wide, and it's on first base goes Smith. We'll see what they officially rule that as it got the Dunfield bounce on it. But all that matters for the Pioneers is that they have a man on first now. And they will rule it an error. As now the two officials talk to each other, the umpires, first base and home plate, to discuss a little bit more. They continue to rule it safe. Coach Jose Martinez was asking for a little bit of clarification for the Muckdogs. No matter, though, they give the error to the third baseman there, Brock. Cooper Smith reaches. Trevor Reed comes to the plate. Trevor Reed, the first base runner for that 4-run rally. As that one goes down low and gets past the catcher. All of a sudden, Cooper Smith gets to second base as the pitch from Jack Page does not hit his spot. 1-0 is the count. That one fouled back there by Trevor Reed. Hit by pitch on his first pitch that he saw in the second inning. Made it all the way around the bases. That one goes for strike number 2 on the swing. 1-2 count now. Look back, throw. That one's knocked on the ground, foul. Just staying into these counts here is Trevor Reed, and that's important. If you can get at least a little bit of the bat on the ball, it gets the pitcher a little bit nervous. Trying to move around with their pitches gives the opportunity for something that they weren't hoping for. And right there, ball number 2 comes in. Trevor Reed looks on. Smith got to second base. That one's hit sharply over to the first baseman, who tries to flip it over but takes it himself over there to get the second out. Advancing, though, is Cooper Smith for Ryan Kristoff to come in and potentially get the play. Kristoff walked his last time up. Another one of those ones who made it all the way around the base path. Cooper Smith just 90 feet away at third base. There's 2 outs, though. As Kristoff takes it, the first one swinging. 0-1 count. Jack Page not looking to get back into a rut as he did that last inning. Smith gives his lead there at third. Far jump. That one's hit. Is right over the second baseman's head. It drops into the center fielder's glove. And right there, the single puts one on the board as Cooper Smith brings it home. Ryan Kristoff, get yourself an RBI, kid. You can hear in the background there, Pump It Up, the run song for the Pioneers. Such a great song for the team that Coach Drum even has it on his championship ring. The first pitch goes in there for strike number 1 against Quinlan Keefe. Coach Drum is one that prioritizes his offense so much. Says best defense is a good offense. And that's what we've been seeing so far. That pitch there goes for a strike. So 2 strikes now on the batter. Quinlan Keefe, pitch up. The shadows right now moving just in there. It could become a little bit of difficulty for anyone playing in that outfield with where the sun's positioned, but it won't matter there. The punch out comes in, but the Elmira Pioneers put one on the board, and they hold off the Muckdogs. We get ready to head into the 4th inning here from Dunn Field. The Elmira Pioneers are sponsored by AIM Independent Living, AJ's Outdoor Power Equipment, Ann's Pancakes, Centralis Health, Blaze Brockway, Bully Hill Vineyards, CAF USA, Casa Trinity Prevention, Chemung Canal Trust Company, Chemung Supply, Coca-Cola, Council Rock Wealth Advisory Group, Dandy Mini Marts, Elm Chevrolet, Elmira Heat Treating, Chemung County Family Fitness Center, Finger Lakes Federal Credit Union, FM Howell, Glove House, Guthrie, Hilliard Corporation, Honeybee Made, Jubilee Foods, Kahuna's, Kennedy Valve, M&T Bank, Martha Lloyd Community Services, McDonald's, Papa John's, Pathways, Pinecroft, Rodney J. Strange, ServPro, Serve You Credit Union, Sheddens, Solutions Credit Union, Southern Tier Custom Fabricators, Susan Minchin Dentistry, Swan Morse Insurance, Texas Roadhouse, Tom's South Corning Collision, the United States Army, the United States Navy, Vasco Brands, Wegmans, Wise Markets, Well Now Urgent Care, WETM, Wiggle 100, and Woodbrook Assist. We return here to the contest. It's the top of the 4th inning right now as Batavia Muckdogs need to start getting prepared to get some runs on the board. Elmira already put 5 on 3 hits. That pitch goes for ball number 1. Swung on and missed there by Kyle Vaughn, the right fielder. Right now, Landon Birch is holding down the fort. And that pitcher's what looks like a diamond there. The mound, the diamond, whichever you'd like to call it, as Dubak has to step over and hold on to that one. 2 balls, 2 strikes. No outs now. Vaughn hits that one, and it's well out of play, going to the right side. As the throw in, it's not hit between Dubak and Birch. And he steps up there. He's ready with the ball. See the rosin bag right behind his legs there. In case he needs a little bit more grip. The follow through. That one fouled again. Still remains 2-2. Once again, no outs here in the inning. 5-0 the score. Birch throws that one down. So far in this contest, Landon Birch currently sits with 5 different strikeouts. 3 of which caught the batter looking. Trying to do the same here. Excuse me, he has 6 strikeouts. He's trying to do the same here with Kyle Vaughn. That one goes in for strike number 3. First out of the inning comes by way of the punch out. And coming up now for the Muckdogs will be Jalen Rogue, who walked his last time up. The designated hitter. Jalen Rogue, so far looking to get the bat working for Batavia. First pitch goes there for strike number 1. Batavia right now only has 1 hit to their name. That one goes there for strike number 2. Jalen Rogue continuing to get looking for his pitch here. That one gets fouled closer to us. It's going to go into the stands there. Holding off will be the defense. On deck next, Evan Brock, the third baseman. Step back, step through from Birch. Swung on and fouled off of Dubak. Dubak's been taking a couple of strong foul balls off the mask and chest so far. You see on the sides there, the coaches for the Muckdogs. Third base coach over there, Grant Bickham. That one goes there for ball number 1. So able to hold off is Jalen Rogue. Fans get together chanting, "Let's go Pios." They stomp their feet to the beat. Birch looking to stomp through as he plants his foot. Gets there for strike number 3. Another strikeout for Birch, and the Elmira kid continues to move through. Evan Brock comes on. His last time up, he watched strike 3 go past him. 2 outs now for the Pioneers. They get prepared to potentially go into the bottom half. They've scored in the past 2 times at bat. That one swung on and missed by Dubak. Excuse me, not by Dubak. Dubak caught that one. It was Evan Brock that swung on that one. Oh, 1 count. That one goes for strike number 2. Brock now 2 strikes to him. So far in this inning, 2 strikeouts by Birch. Looking to make it 3 for all 3 outs. And he swings on that one, drops into the dirt. Dubak steps, he throws over to Kristoff. And that's out number 3. 3 times now, batters come up in the 4th inning. And 3 times they go down on strikes. Landon Birch is dealing. And we head into the break. Pioneers get ready to bat right after this. The Elmira Pioneers would like to thank AJ's Outdoor Power Equipment for being the official motorsport provider for the Pioneers. Visit them today at 1699 South Main Street in Mansfield, Pennsylvania. So we're back into this one. Page remains on the bump. Despite the 5 runs that came in, of course, the one in the last inning was not his fault. Ruled an error on the third baseman and allowed Kristoff to get on. Jalen Tidwell comes to the plate now. He walked his last time up. First pitch goes for strike number 1. Tidwell so far in this game, his lone time up saw a walk, and that one there hits him. So Tidwell reaches base here. First base runner of the inning. Pioneers already up by 5. Looking to extend that lead here at the bottom of the 4th. Michael Ferranti steps up to the plate. You look at Ferranti. He goes there. That one's knocked into the pitcher's mitt, and he throws it back for the out at second base. So a fielder's choice there will be the call. Man stays on first, though. Tidwell gets thrown out at second base. Michael Gardner comes up into this one from Oyster Bay, New York. And interesting fact about him, he's a D1 player. Plays for the University of Kentucky. And first pitch goes for a ball. A couple of Kentucky guys on this team, including the pitcher, Lucas Hale. One of the starters for this team in the rotation. Gardner watches the throwdown. Slide in. Safe. Or they rule him out. The fans are not happy with the call. Second base umpire makes the ruling, and he rules that that Ferranti was caught stealing. Fans not happy with the call. It's the second out, though, of the inning. Now no base runners on for Gardner. That one looked very close. Fortunately, from the booth here, I'm not the one making the calls. It's the umpires down there. But looking to bounce back from that one as here comes strike number 2. One-two count now. Page looking to have his first inning without a runner coming home. His delivery. Inside for ball 2. A swing there. If that was a man safe at second base, the swing becomes a 1-out man in scoring position. But now strike 3, and that does it for the inning. Pioneers stay in the lead 5-0, but can't get any runners home after 2 get on. Top of the 5th coming up real soon. This season, you can connect with the Pioneers like never before with exclusive content on our social media platforms. Make sure you follow us on Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, and X at the Elmira Pioneers. And the throwdown coming in real soon here. The Pioneers have already started off their season with a little bit of revenge on Batavia. As I mentioned, the last West Division matchup for the championship, Batavia got the better of the Pioneers. And so this one, now Pioneers, they're looking to go back to the top. And up to bat now, Miles Manel, the shortstop, comes to the plate. Birch remains on the mound. He's equated a lot of his baseball talents to his father, the pitching coach for this Elmira team, as that first pitch goes for a ball, Matt Birch. He says that although his dad was tough on him for his way of playing, it got him to love the game more than anyone, as that one goes for a strike. Of course, Matt Birch, a pick for the Boston Red Sox in the 33rd round. His sons Landon and Larson on this team as Landon sends that one in and it gets fouled away by Miles Manel. All three of them, Elmira born and raised. Matt Birch, he came back in 2004 to play with the Pioneers. They're in the Northeast League. He managed the team for a little while. The duties went then to head coach Andy Drum, and needing a pitching coach, who better to ask than guy who played in the majors. 2-2 count now. That one goes in. It hits the elbow pad there of Miles Manel. He heads over to first base. First base runner of the inning comes for Batavia. However, they may have had a couple of base runners so far today. only one of them has come off the end of the bat. It's all been by either a walk or a hit by pitch. Those other times. Birch sends it. That one's low for ball number 1. Miles Manel now on first base. He got there last time on a single. His last at bat. Now it's Sakaro, who just had a little bit of a grounder over to the third baseman, who tossed it off to Kristoff in his first at bat to get the ground out. It's 2-0 count now. And that one will be grounded towards the third baseman once again, however, in foul territory there for Jalen Tidwell. And the beginning of the season, always such a great time. Expectations sky high for both of these squads. As I said before, Batavia, they made it to the championship last year. However, couldn't get past the opposing team. They want to get back there. Elmira, they haven't been champions in a while throughout the entire league. They were back-to-back West Division champs, 23-24. Still more to desire, though. Strike 2 goes in there. So a foul and a watching strike leads to a 2-2 count. Manel on first base after getting hit by the pitch. That one's in the dirt, and Manel's running. Dubek flings it over towards Keefe. Not in time, though. So stolen base there comes from Manel. And so far in this one, 3 stolen bases for the Batavia. It's a full count now. This pitch is going to be important, as it'll either give a man on first, man on second, or puts a little bit less pressure on Birch despite the 5-0 lead. That one goes and watches for ball number 4. And that's something with baseball that you see the batters do. The second that the pitch goes that they don't think that they're going to swing at, they immediately head off running. Make the umpire think, oh yeah, it was a ball. So now you see a mound visit there, trying to calm down Birch, get him prepared. He's gone through 4 innings of work already. Still more to be determined. And during this mound visit, we say, if you have a birthday, why not come to Dunn Field? You can sign up with one of our packages here, and it includes 10 tickets, 10 hot dogs, 10 drinks, a customized Wegmans cape, an autographed Pioneers baseball, special recognition at the game, including first pitch. Packages start at just $125. You can call 607-734-2690. Up to bat now is Jose Quintero for Batavia. Man on as he gets a bunt down there. Birch goes over, tags him, gets the first out, but a sacrifice hit there moves the men forward. And now it's 1 at third, 1 at second. And all of a sudden, their discussion there. See what ends up happening. All that matters, though, men now in second and third base, 1 out. Birch having to lock down to hold out the shutout. So not many pieces gone to the outfield so far, only twice. One was a grounder that split the left side of the infield, and the other one was just a fly out to Brett Baker, so nothing extremely hard hit by this Batavia team. However, Johnson's looking to change that. First pitch went for a strike. Next one, fouled again. Strike number 2. Birch stares down as Johnson gets prepared. Look to see how these two lead off of the bag there between Socorro and Manel. Manel on third, Socorro on second. That one hit on a grounder, and it goes foul. 0-2 still remains the count here. Clapping comes in from the fans. Looking to get a little bit more motion behind their pitcher. And a couple of shake-offs by Birch. Looking for his throw. 0-2 count. Breaker does not go. It gets fouled off. Third base coach looking to make a play on it. Just knocks off the hand. Still remains 0-2. Right now, Batavia, one hit in the contest. And they had an error earlier. So pitch count is the factor here to look at. Skipper comes out to talk to Birch. That's, of course, his dad, Matt Birch. Just get him calm for the situation. So it was looking like Landon was just shaking off pitches. Did not like what he was getting told from Dubak. Still remains, though, man on second, man on third. Opportunity for Batavia to put a couple on board. But a little bit of stuff there, and the home plate umpire is going to go up and break it up. They stand right there. Home plate breaks it up. Birch looking to get back into this one. They head back towards the plate and back to their positions. Still remains 0-2. Birch stares down the man at third. A quick breath. He throws that one, and that's knocked over into right field, where Cooper Smith makes the grab. He tries to throw it in, but not before a runner comes home there, and Miles Manel, a sacrifice fly by Johnson, and Batavia has their first score on the board. 2 outs now. Quintero did not run, Socorro did not run from second base. However, still a run comes in. Cooper Smith, in his appearance, gets the catch in the second out. Up now, Glenn Brooks. So a situation there where, for some coaches, that's a little bit of what you want. You don't want your pitcher to get a little too overwhelmed, start throwing some pitches outside, but that one was grabbed. That goes over to the third baseman, who can't get the hop on it, Jalen Tidwell. And it advances the runners there. So Socorro moves to third base. They'll rule it an error there on Tidwell. Now coming up for the Muckdogs. Here will be a new batter. It's Braden I stepping in. That one goes up. Tried to knock down at second base. It's too far. All of a sudden, a one-hopper allows for Socorro at third to make his trip home. The second run goes on the board for Batavia, and a man moves to second base. So 2-5 now is the score. Stolen base there by Glenn Brooks. Allowed for the run. That pitch to I goes for a strike. Jalen I enter into this one in replacement of Davis. Jalen David, excuse me. Brandon I. Two ones the count now. 2 outs. Birch stares down. Moving in the legs. Throw. In there for a strike. 2-2 now the count. Brayton I, sophomore from Westminster. Throw, that one fouled. Off the barrel of the bat too, just a little bit late. Two, the count, 2 outs. Man on second base. This past season for Westminster, I was hitting 282. That one goes foul. He's hitting 282 with a pair of home runs in just 44 games played. Looking to add another ribby on the board. This Birch so far has only allowed 1 hit. The secondary leap. That one goes in. First strike, number 3, and Birch has another strikeout to his name, causing the batter to look. That's the end of the top of the 5th. Bottom of the 5. Elmira looking to answer back off of 2 runs there when we return. New pitcher comes in for Batavia. Jack Sliss, the left-hander, enters for the team. As Jack Page exits that last one, 3 innings pitched, 2 hits, coming in relief after knowing Nix prematurely left the game after meeting with the trainer. As Brett Baker comes into this one, So far in the contest, a single and a double that scored 3 runs. The delivery from Sliss, and Baker gets a piece of that one. It chops out foul towards the left side territory. And Jack Sliss, a lefty, is one of those factors in the PGCBL that can help a fair ton in relief, as that one gets knocked down through. And that doesn't affect Baker no matter which way you're pitching on the mound. He gets another single to his name. Brett Baker, a 3-hit day so far, as Dubek comes in now. He's looking for his first hit. So for 1, but had a sacrifice hit earlier. Zlis looks, Zlis fires, too high. Ball 1. So right now, man on first base, Brett Baker. Dubek looking to make some moves. Give Sliss a little run for his money as he enters into this one. That one goes for a strike. So 1-1 now is the count to the sides, and 5-2 score. Pioneers look to keep dealing. Quick pump up by Sliss, and he goes through, trying to argue for a balk there. Does not go. It's strike number 2. Jake Sliss stares over to first base. Goes through, swung on and missed by Dubek for the strikeout. Batavia gets their first out of the inning, and Sliss does himself with strike number 3. And Ryan Gabbianelli enters in. He walked to start off the day. Watch one go past him the last time. So for Sliss, he's a left-hander coming from Alfred State. So a Pioneer there. So that pickoff attempt does not go. Pioneer there, now going against the Pioneers. Changing out his Alfred State blue for Batavia Muckdogs red. First pitch to Gabbianelli. Goes up high for ball 1. One out so far. Elmira right now has 4 hits on the day, 3 of which came off Brett Baker, who's currently sitting at first base. They ask about the swing. Gabbianelli did not go. 2-0 count. Looking to step through now as Sliss goes up. A little slower of a movement, as I was stating before. He had that quick little pump up before that he followed through with, which led to Coach Drum and the team making potentially an argument that it should have been a balk, but nothing called in their favor. Sliss gets his first strike of this at bat. That one goes high. 3 now the count. 3-1 now the count. It's going to be interesting to see. Gabbianelli gets on. How does Cooper Smith factor in this one? You know he can put some power into the baseball. Potentially do it here. That one in there for strike 2. It's full count now. Count full for Gabbianelli. Jake Ziss throws that one in there. Strike 3. He gets the second out of the inning. So after the initial single he gave up to Brett Baker, right now, Ziss is balling and putting down some outs. 2 strikeouts back to back. Cooper Smith steps up wearing number 18. Once again, a big fan favorite here in Elmira. Played for the team for so many seasons. This is 5th. He gets a hold of that one. It goes over towards the second baseman there. And Wilson, who throws it on to first base and gets the out called there. Batavia escapes after the leadoff single. And now they look to continue into the top half of the 6th. Elmira leads 5-2 here from Dunfield. The Elmira Pioneers are sponsored by AIM Independent Living, AJ's Outdoor Power Equipment, Ann's Pancakes, Centralis Health, Blaze Brockway, Bully Hill Vineyards, CAF USA, Casa Trinity Prevention, Chemung Canal Trust Company, Chemung Supply, Coca-Cola, Council Rock Wealth Advisory Group, Dandy Mini Marts, Elm Chevrolet, Elmira Heat Treating, Chemung County Family Fitness Center, Finger Lakes Federal Credit Union, FM Howell, Glove House, Guthrie, Hilliard Corporation, Honeybee Made, Jubilee Foods, Kahuna's, Kennedy Valve, M&T Bank, Martha Lloyd Community Services, McDonald's, Papa John's, Pathways, Pinecroft, Rodney J. Strange, ServPro, Serve You Credit Union, Sheddens, Solutions Credit Union, Southern Tier Custom Fabricators, Susan Minchin Dentistry, Swan Morse Insurance, Texas Roadhouse, Tom South Corning Collision, the United States Army, the United States Navy, Vasco Brands, Wegmans, Wise Markets, Well Now Urgent Care, WETM, Wiggle 100, and Woodbrook Assisted Living. Thank you for sponsoring the Elmira Pioneers, and go Pios. Welcome back to Dunfield. It's a pitching change for the Pioneers as Brendan Hayes comes out and Landon Birch exits. He went a total of 5 innings. He let up 1 hit, 2 runs, none of which were earned, and he is potentially in line for the victory. And we just had our kids run here, so if you see some kids still on the field, they're having a little bit too much fun, thanks to our proud sponsor, McDonald's. Anthony Labonte here in the press box, taking you through the rest of this contest between the past 2 West Division champions. As coming up to the bat now for the Muckdogs, Michael Wheelahan. First pitch goes for strike number 1. So first pitch, to some people, a strong indicator of how your day is going to go. For Brendan Hayes, it's going well so far. Second pitch goes for strike number 2. Michael Wheelahan, so far he had a fly out and then a pop out over towards the right infield. And then he also just had a strikeout by Birch. Next one, that one's hit sky high, going to center field. Trying to get under that one is Brett Baker, and he does so. His second out of the day off the fly ball, and comes as the first out of the inning. Now coming up is Kyle Vaughn, the right fielder, and so far 2 strikeouts going against Birch. Kyle Vaughn sees that first pitch go, and he takes it for ball number 1. Kyle Vaughn, an outfielder coming from State College of Florida. He was a redshirt freshman. Second pitch there. Goes for ball number 2. So after initial couple good strikes from Brendan Hayes, he's now behind in the count against the second batter. That one goes for a strike. 2-1 now the count. And Kyle Vaughn, of course, being a redshirt freshman, you don't get those initial plays at the collegiate level. That's where you get the summer ball experience. And that's what he's trying to do with Batavia. That pitch goes in for strike number 2. But there's no one easy to go against, especially not Brendan Hayes. I mean, this guy's on the program for a reason. He's the relief pitcher you see come in and get the work done. There we go for a full count. Brendan Hayes delivers on that one, and he'll go for a walk. First base runner goes on by way of the walk. And still, Muckdogs, they're getting base runners. That's the big factor. Base runners aren't coming off the ends of their bats, though. Right now, just one hit and one error that got them on. Excuse me, 2 errors, but one of them was one that got them on. The second one was able to move runners forward and get the score. Brendan Hayes coming back for his second season. Coming from Barry as the pickoff attempt does not work there. Trying to get Kyle Vaughn off of his game. Jalen Rogue is now up to bat. That one goes for a strike. First pitch strike to some people is the most important pitch because it allows you to start looking into your bag of tricks. Start throwing in a little bit of breaking, a little changing pitches that you potentially get the opponent to start floating on. So that one goes for a ball. Gives you more flexibility in your arsenal, and that's what Hayes is looking to do. Last season, he pitched 40 innings for the Pioneers. 4-3 record, including a complete game that he ended up throwing. That one very close inside. Goes for a ball. It's 2-1 count. Top 6 here. One man on so far. That's Kyle Vaughn, the right fielder for Batavia. Brendan Hayes enters into this game following Landon Birch's exit after 5 innings of work that saw him with no earned runs, but 2 got home for Batavia. Elmira still leads 5-2 after 2 tumultuous innings in the second and third. That one low. 3-1. Looking to keep consistency is what Elmira is going to try and do because you get the entire season to work through. And, of course, players are coming and going. Some of them on limited pitch counts due to college as that one runs inside and hits Rogue on the backside. So man on first, man on second. Brendan Hayes had 2 go on, and now coaches come out and they're going to just have a quick mound visit with Hayes to get him a little bit certain about where it is he's looking to go with these pitches. Bring your company or organization out for a picnic at Dunn Field during a Pioneers game. All you can eat hamburgers, hot dogs, chips, baked beans, potato salad, and drinks included with ticket package. Sign your organization up today at www.theelmirapioneers.com. And Evan Brock enters into this one, the third baseman. It's man on first, man on second, following the pitcher meeting. Brock steps inside. What's interesting here is some of the players, they'll run with their leg a little bit outside of the box and try to move in for their pitch. But Brock keeps it straight forward while he moves. That one there goes low for ball number 1. Brock keeps on a line with his feet, kind of what you'd see with a golfer. Just takes the step forward and doesn't try to move his hips too much until he gets the bat around. That one's low. Ball 2. Two-0 is the count following the pitcher meeting. Man on first, man on second. The tying run currently at the plate as we get close to those late innings here under the lights. That one's up. 3-0 count. Brock, so far, he's been a victim of a pair of strikeouts. Now with a 3-0 count, opportunity to get a free pass. If you see Hayes, you expect a fastball just down the middle. That's what he does for the first strike. 3-0 count. Wasn't looking like Brock was getting the green light. You throw something over the middle, just get a reset on your pitching monitor and get back in this one. 3-1 count. In there, strike 2. So from a 3-0 count now into a full count. Top of the 6th. 5-2 is your score. The fans cheer. The pitch low in the dirt. Dubek gets on top of it, but not before a base runner gets on. The bases are now loaded. With only one out here for the Pioneers. Batavia now with a golden opportunity to tie or take the lead as the tying runner currently sits on first. And the leading runner, if you want to call it that, is currently at the plate. Brock took the free bag. Miles Monell comes up. He got all the way around last time. He's one who stole a base after getting hit before. That one's hit. That one's going out to the outside field. It's going over. Smith grabs it. Looking to tag up here. They do so. Batavia gets their first run on the sacrifice fly from Monell. So first run of the inning there. Comes in. It's Kyle Vaughn. 3-2 now the score between these two sides. Man on second, man on first. Top of the 6th, 2 outs. Socorro. Watch his first pitch go down Broadway for strike number 1. Hayes with an opportunity to get out of the inning, only letting up 1 after bases were loaded. Just 1 out. There goes for strike number 2. Hayes now looking to bear down his pitches. Looks behind him, looks on, throws it, swung on, fouled off the bat. And from that swing, you could tell Socorro was looking for all of it. Whole body turned around after he got a piece of it. Stomp clap comes in. 0-2 count. Outside pitch. Hayes looking to make the catcher chase. Won't go in his favor, though. Those chase pitches are often a little bit difficult. If you don't get the break as perfect as you want it, becomes the batter immediately identifies it and holds off. Here we go. Swung on. That one goes foul right side past the dugout. Hopefully didn't break one of the windows of some buildings over there. Got a couple houses on the outside there as the sun sets here in beautiful Elmira, New York. Dunfield with the lights on. Where else would you like to be towards the end of May? Looking back, Hayes throws, there's a runner. It goes in for strike three, though. Does not matter if the runner runs because strike three's the call. Hayes gets out of the inning, only allowing one run. The Pioneers are up to bat right after this. Their lead, it's getting cut shorter, but still, it's 5-3. Centralis Health is the official healthcare provider of your Elmira Pioneers. Next time you need medical attention, make sure you visit Centralis Health for all of your medical needs. We now head to the bottom of the inning, as right now Elmira still leads 5-3 over Batavia here at historic Dunfield. But it hasn't been without a little bit of sketchy innings. 2 in the 5th, scored by Batavia, 1 in the 6th, where the bases were completely juiced. And now it's going to be interesting to see where does Elmira kind of bounce their pitching back, because if they're hitting, can't get on top of the ball again, it's going to be a little bit difficult. Trevor Reed comes in here for the first batter of the bottom of the 6th inning. The delivery swung on and missed. Strike number 1. And as we saw before, Sliss came into this game. Jake Sliss, the left-hander, he allowed his first batter a single, but after that just kept mowing them down. That one goes in the dirt for a ball. Painted the chalk a little bit there with the pitch. The lefty-righty matchup here between these two sides. The wheel, the deal, the throw, in there for strike number 2. Looks like Sliss tried to switch it up and is now trying to just climb that ladder to get the strikeout rather than go for something breaking as he threw before. That one high. They say he swung, and as I said, climbing the ladder is what you do if you want that strikeout. Sliss gets punch-out number 1 on the swing. First out of the bottom half of the inning. Ryan Kristoff enters in for the Pioneers. Kristoff so far in this game, he's gotten a single for an RBI. He's gotten walked He's looking to do something with no men on after the first out. That one goes for strike number one. Ryan Kristoff talking a little bit with catcher and home plate umpire as he took his step out. He just has that little lean back on his stance that allows him to hunch over a little bit as he gets in. That one inside. It's always interesting to see how these players stand for pitches and see just what they think going through. How do you watch that ball, especially as these guys are getting towards the high 80s, mid 90s throughout the season? The delivery. Low. 2-1 now is the count. Tap of the helmet. Makes a little line behind the plate for superstition. And swings on too hard. A little bit late on that one. Gets for strike two. Two balls, two strikes, one out. Not many plays so far happening in the outfield. There was a big hit that happened out there before for the double, but that one bounces inside. Can't get the hold on that one, is Sliss. And right now, what we've been seeing is just these odd bounces of the baseball going through, because that one looked like he got well over it, rolled over that one, still grabbed, still brought through, waiting to see what they rule it, and they do rule it an error. However, for these players, it doesn't matter if it's error or a single, he's still got a man on, and that's what they look to work with. Now stepping up is Quinlan Keefe. Pitch. Left side of the plate. Gets the strike. So man on first comes by way of the error on the pitcher. Ryan Kristoff, not with too much of a lead, but a lead nonetheless. That one goes in, and that hits. Call it a dead ball. Give him his pass to first. Or, looks like they call it foul? Little bit of confusion there. No, they rule it foul. They say it hit off the knob of the bat. Discussion between the coaches and home plate. It's the argument of, does the hand count as the bat? Most people would say no. To some, it depends on how you swing it. Because that could be the determining factor. Is if he went into the swing with the hands, there's a chance it could go. So they rule it a foul ball there. Remaining in the box will be Quinlan Keefe. As you can hear the disagreement from the crowd. Packed house here at Dunn Field. If you want to get in on the action once again, you can call the office 607-734-2690. The pitch after the call goes outside for ball number 2. Two-two's the count. Man on first there is Ryan Kristoff. Delivery between the two lefties, and it's going in favor of the pitcher. Swung on and missed for strike number 3. And coming up now, Jalen Tidwell enters into this one. He's still looking for a base knock. He's gotten on twice now, once by a regular free pass and the other coming after getting hit. Bottom 6, 5-3. That one ran inside. Tidwell still swung, and he hit it foul. Asking for more baseballs here. A lot of foul balls hit by these two sides, but not able to get into field of play. There's just been 5 hits through these 6 innings. Throw over to first, not in time. Still an 0-1 count here following that foul ball. Jake Sliz trying to work through. Today for Batavia has been an interesting day for the pitchers. Hoping the best for Noah Nix. It was tough to see him go out there after talking with the trainer. That pitch, too high, ball 1. Then it became a bullpen game so far. Luckily, Jack Page was able to be a semi-long reliever going 3 innings. Sliz currently an inning and 2/3. That one's hit. That one's high. It's going towards right field. Looking to get under it is Kyle Vaughn, and he does so for out number 3. Entering into the top of the 7th, Batavia looks to bat as they're just down by 2. Pioneers able to get someone on, but once again, not able to move them off the baseline. Back here for the later innings of this contest. It's the top of the 7th. Brendan Hayes remains on the mound for Elmira. We'll see how much further that goes. In the pen right now is Cannon Van Duzer, who played for Geneva last season, now makes his transition over to Elmira. Coming up to bat, James Quintana for Batavia, as they look to make a late rally to take the lead. It's been 2 innings for scoring for both sides. For Elmira, it was the 2nd and the 3rd inning where they scored 5. And then for Batavia, it's the past 2. The 5th and the 6th that led into this 5-3 game. That first pitch, of course, went for a ball. That pitch there goes for a strike, so counteracting measures from Hayes. Looking to hit a equilibrium that potentially goes in his favor. Hayes, pitch outside, ball 2. Top of the 7th here, and the opening day of the Elmira Pioneers' 136th season. That pitch is too high. 3-1 count now. If you're the third base coach, this is where you question, do I give the green light or do I tell you to hold back? Off of back-to-back balls, to some people that says, hey, hold off, wait and see if it's going to be strike ball 4. To others, they say swing right away, and that's what he does there. Strike 2, full count. It's all about the mental battle between these two sides, the chess match between the hitter and the pitcher. That one goes low. Able to hold off there is Quintano, and it is the first base runner of the inning. Brian Johnson comes out. They're going to talk a little bit between the third base coach and the home plate umpire. Potentially a moving of runners. A pinch runner comes in. Pinch runner comes into the contest for Batavia. This new batter comes up here, Johnson. So far in the contest, a strikeout and a sacrifice fly. First pitch ball. Next pitch, in there for a strike. Runner on first there for them. Cooper Romich steps in as the pinch runner. That foul ball makes it strike number 2. 1-2 count. In there, strike 3, punch out for Brennan Hayes. First out of the inning comes by way of the punch out for Hayes, despite the initial walk. And Glenn Brooks enters back up. Last time up, it was an error that put him on and allowed him to run around the base path a little bit before ending up to stop at second. That one goes outside. It's going to be an interesting way to see how does the two bullpens end up working here, considering they have to face each other next time tomorrow. Of course, out in Batavia. That one's a grounder. Trying to get a play on that one there is Tidwell. He doesn't get anything to go. Ramich goes to third. The stress for the ball in center field does not help the case, but Ramich stays there at third. It's going to be a knock there by Glenn Brooks. Brennan I now up to bat. They ruled that one as an error as well. So a couple of tough rolls, tough bounces here in this contest. Hayes continues to look on. That one is popped sky high. Calling it off there will be Tidwell, who gets underneath that one and catches it for out number 2. Easy way to get the out there. Men currently sit on the corners. Hayes remains in this one. Once again, Van Duzer continues to work out in the pen. Up to bat, Michael Wheelahan. As they send the runner, hold off there as the throwdown. So Glenn Brooks moves to second base. There. Quintano currently at third, looking to get home. The wind blowing towards left field right now. American flag out by center field, holding on. That one goes in for a strike. For second and third base right now, holding on some runners with 2 outs. Hayes looking to hold on. That one's knocked down. Attacking that one will be Keith. Throws it over to Kristoff and gets a third out. Elmira holds off the 2 runners in scoring position as we get ready to head into the bottom of the 7th. Stay tuned. The Elmira Pioneers are sponsored by AIM Independent Living, AJ's Outdoor Power Equipment, Ann's Pancakes, Centralis Health, Blaze Brockway, Bully Hill Vineyards, CAF USA, Casa Trinity Prevention, Chemung Canal Trust Company, Chemung Supply, Coca-Cola, Council Rock Wealth Advisory Group, Dandy Mini Marts, Elm Chevrolet, Elmira Heat Treating, Chemung County Family Fitness Center, Finger Lakes Federal Credit Union, FM Howell, Glove House, Guthrie, Hilliard Corporation, Honeybee Made, Jubilee Foods, Kahuna's, Kennedy Valve, M&T Bank, Martha Lloyd Community Services, McDonald's, Papa John's, Pathways, Pinecroft, Rodney J. Strange, ServPro, Serve You Credit Union, Sheddens, Solutions Credit Union, Southern Tier Custom Fabricators, Susan Minchin Dentistry, Swan Morse Insurance, Texas Roadhouse, Tom South Corning Collision, the United States Army, the United States Navy, Vasco Brands, Wegmans, Wise Markets, Well Now Urgent Care, WETM, Wiggle 100, and Woodbrook Assisted Living. Thank you for sponsoring the Elmira Pioneers, and go Pios. Back here, Michael Ferranti steps up to the plate to take this one forward for the Pioneers. Able to get out of that last inning unscathed. Helps them a lot. First pitch goes for a strike. Sleaze comes out for his third inning of work. No one currently warming in the pen for Batavia. That one goes for strike number 2. Last time, Ferranti got on base after a fielder's choice. However, he was caught stealing. That one's high for ball 1. One, two's the count. No outs. Throw to Ferranti. He fouls that one backwards. One-two count. Ferranti fouling one's back. Bottom of the 7th. Holding off for the batter timeout. Sliz works his way through. Pitch low. 2-2 is the count. Catcher and pitcher assumed it to be strike 3. Try to throw down, but not given the call. That one high. 3-2 count now. Stare down. Ready to throw. Through. Outside. Ball 4. Base runner gets on. Michael Gardner comes on as the batter. Struck out his last time up in the 4th. Since then, Pioneers have gone down almost in order. It's out of a here and there walk-in single. No outs right now. 5-3. Pioneers lead. Look off, look through, thrown through, ball 1. Initial pickoff attempt by Sliz, not working in his favor. It's not often you see lefty come out this early for teams, especially Sliz, who's already gone 2 innings so far. Still no person working in the bullpen for Batavia. Both sides right now limited to 5 hits total. That one's good. That one's high up there. 3-0 count. No outs. Man on first base. That one's there for a strike. 3-1 count now. And so once again, just the look of trying to hold your pitcher, just get something down the middle. On a 3-0 count. That one swung on, missed. Strike 2. Three-two count. That one outside, ball 4. So advancing the runners there. Man on second, man on first. Gardner walks. So does Ferranti. Brett Baker comes up to the plate as the mound visit comes here. There is people warming now for Batavia. Watching over. Remember, fans, a Pioneers game is a great way to entertain a group for the evening. Now we are able to offer fundraisers tailored to your group needs. For all group information, please contact the Pioneers office at 607-734-2690 to reserve your package today. Back here, no outs. Man on first, man on second. Look down there at Brett Baker. Shows bunt, takes bunt, going foul, goes foul. First strike comes in. Bottom 7 here. No outs. One strike. For the team. Pitch in. Squared for bunt. Didn't go. They still rule that he got it. Throw down there. Tagged out at second base. Michael Ferranti gets tagged out at second base on the throwdown. And twice now, this catcher in Socorro has been able to hit second base and get the out. So that's the first out of the inning. And you hear the crowd. Of course, they're going to be a little bit more in favor of the Pioneers here on those calls, but that was just an incredible throw by Socorro. Another throw by Socorro. Not in time, though. Ball goes past. Thinking about it there was Michael Gardner. He does not go. One count. As fans get into this one. Let's go Pio chance exploding Dunfield right now as Gardner stands across the diamond at second base. The stretch and delivery, too high. Ball 2. Direction 2-2 count now. That one goes. That one's a ball. Full count now. Three, two, one down. Man now on second base. It's Michael Gardner, and Brett Baker's trying to send him home. Baker has 3 hits on the day, looking for his 4th. And a pitch there goes for strike number 3. Baker started running down the baseline thinking it was ball 4. He does not get the call in his favor. Backwards gag comes in for Sleece. And Dubek comes up now, looking for Gardner to get brought home. 2 outs. Five three is the score. Pitch high. Ball 1. One 0 count. Sleaze after that big full count strikeout. A little bit of movement in. 2-0 count. The throwdown. High. 3-0. He's been able to get out of these counts before. Right now, not in his favor. Batavia currently with a left-hander warming up in their bullpen. 3-0 count, 2 down. Pitch, high, ball 4. Man on first, man on second. Mound visit incoming, and this is where Sleaze looks like he's going to get pulled out of this one. For a brand new pitcher to come in, that'll happen right after this quick break here in the action. Elmira currently leads 5-3 over Batavia here in the bottom of the 7th. The Elmira Pioneers are sponsored by AIM Independent Living, AJ's Outdoor Power Equipment, Ann's Pancakes, Centralis Health, Blaze Brockway, Bully Hill Vineyards, CAF USA, Casa Trinity Prevention, Chemung Canal Trust Company, Chemung Supply, Coca-Cola, Council Rock Wealth Advisory Group, Dandy Mini Marts, Elm Chevrolet, Elmira Heat Treating, Chemung County Family Fitness Center, Finger Lakes Federal Credit Union, FM Howell, Glove House, Guthrie, Hilliard Corporation, Honeybee Made, Jubilee Foods, Kahuna's, Kennedy Valve, M&T Bank, Martha Lloyd Community Services, McDonald's, Papa John's, Pathways, Pinecroft, Rodney J. Strange, ServPro, Serve You Credit Union, Sheddens, Solutions Credit Union, Southern Tier Custom Fabricators, Susan Minchin Dentistry, Swan Morse Insurance, Texas Roadhouse, Tom South Corning Collision, the United States Army, the United States Navy, Vasco Brands, Wegmans, Wise Markets, Well Now Urgent Care, WETM, Wiggle 100, and Woodbrook Assisted Living. Thank you for sponsoring the Elmira Pioneers, and go Pios. Been mentioning the upcoming games so far here, and we take a look at those real quick. Tomorrow, it's a game out in Batavia against the Muckdogs once again. Thursday, free postage schedule against the Olean Oilers. And Saturday, the Geneva Red Wings come into Dunfield, and that's a Meet the Team night. For ticket information, call 607-734-2690. Returning the contest here, and we got a new pitcher. As stated before, Walter Garrett enters into this contest. Looks down against his batter, Gabinelli. And Gabinelli cuts on and miss. There for strike number 1. So Dubek on first. Michael Gardner on second. Pioneers looking to extend their lead. That pitch goes for a strike. '136th season here, Elmira Pioneers baseball. There's so much history happening on this field. I mean, you enter to Dunfield already, and you see that one goes past there. Players are running. Potentially going all the distance is going to be Michael Gardner, and he holds off at third base. Pass ball there allows for the base runners to advance. So now Dubak's at second, Gardner's at third. As I was saying before, a lot of history happens here on Dunn Field. I mean, it used to be the affiliate league for the Boston Red Sox. Pioneers used to play. So you had all those players coming in, including guys like Wade Boggs, Curt Schilling. As well, you had the all-time greats, Lou Gehrig, Babe Ruth, all play on this field. Some of the greats even playing here today for both of these sides. Gabinelli looking to carve his name even more into the Minor Pioneers history book. That one outside, ball 4. And you want to talk about a guy who's in the Pioneers history books. You look no further than this man right here. Cooper Smith. A standing ovation each time he reaches the plate. With bases loaded against the new pitcher, Walter Garrett, who's just walked a man. That one goes past. Running home here is Gardner. He's going to step on home base, and it is another run for the Pioneers. 6-3 now. Bios lead on a pass ball that goes through. They've added one more. And the pump it up starts going here in Dunn Stadium. Dunn Field Stadium. They walk. They give the sign to walk Smith. At least that looks to be what was given. There's conversation here between Coach Martinez and the home plate umpire. A little bit of confusion here as to what happened. I think this discussion is, was the intentional walk sign actually given or not? Martinez is arguing it wasn't. You don't see his pitcher or his catcher making much of a stance on that. It's a difference between Smith being on first or there being an open spot on the bag with 2 outs. Either way, big run there comes in from Michael Gardner on what they ruled to be a wild pitch by Walter Garrett. And they say no. They're sending Smith back to home plate to swing the bat. So he goes back to grab his equipment. A little bit of an extension here. So he has to get all those pads back on and get the sleeve ready and all those things that give you a little bit of style while you play the game. Gives the high five to his first base coach. Coach Nasty Nate over there at first base. Analytics guy, Coach Nate he's well in the weeds of every system when it comes to scorekeeping, to advanced analytics and such. Walter Garrett, make sure that his spot is secure. Smith comes back on, pitch. Outside for a ball. It's a 2-0 count. Following sending him back to home. Smith swings at that one. That one pops up high. It goes towards the first base line. And right underneath that one, he's able to grab it. Out number 3 comes here in the bottom of the 7th. And Batavia, they let Elmira score one. It's 6-3. Pioneers lead, just 2 innings left to work. Parenting today can sometimes feel like you're way out in left field. Casa Trinity Prevention wants to give you some backup for when those unexpected hits come your way. The Triple P Positive Parenting Program for families is designed to help parents step up to the plate with confidence. Learn skills that will help your family become stronger, healthier, and more resilient. To learn more, visit casatrinity.org or email shamungprevention@casa-trinity.org. And thank you, Casa Trinity, for sponsoring the Elmira Pioneers. We've got a new pitcher coming in here for the Pioneers. It's going to be Jacob Jones stepping up here. And, in between the 7th and the 8th inning, former, like I said before, Red Sox affiliates of the Pioneers once before leads to Sweet Caroline playing before the start of the 8th inning. And you can hear the crowd getting all into it. It's 6-3 now. Pioneers lead as they continue through this one. And Jones continues to work on the mound. Getting some clarification on that last call with Cooper Smith. The discussion was he hit with the baseball? And so they discussed, ruled he did not. He had to return back home, which helps their case to an extent, though. It would have been a dead ball. However, a man would have come home nonetheless. So, whichever way you'd like to look at it. 8th inning, 6-3. Jacob Jones enters the mound here. They got a left-hander of their own. Excuse me. Yes, left-hander of their own, the Pioneers. And the fans are getting into this one as we enter in late. Jacob Jones is a rising senior left-hander. He's playing for the club baseball team of North Carolina State University. Batting for the Muckdogs will be Kyle Vaughn. That pitch too high, ball 1. So Jacob Jones, correction on that one, ball 2. It's 2 straight pitches there. Not able to find the zone. Just a beautiful night here in Elmira. Continues stay in that nice weather. Just earlier this week, a little concerned about the cold coming in. But today, they realized, hey, it's Pioneers Baseball Day. Got to show up. And that's what the weather's done so far. So that one goes inside for ball 3. Opening day, always a fun time of the year. No matter where you are, where your team is, whether it's professional, minor leagues, collegiate affiliates, or even your little league teams, as that one goes for ball number 4. And there's the first batter on for Batavia in this inning. You know, that excitement to say, hey, I get to go out and start playing the game that I love. That's what opening day means to a lot of us. And I know little leagues, you know, some of them do the parades. We had some little leagues here for the Pioneers run on the field with the starting lineup. So baseball, it's one of those games that it's called America's pastime. It's honestly called America's family time. Pitch comes in here, and it gets in there for strike number 1. Top of the 8th here, Jacob Jones entered into this contest after Landon Birch started things off with 5 innings pitched. He only allowed 1 hit, 2 runs were scored, both of which were unearned. That pitch goes down in the dirt for a ball. 1-1 count now. After Kyle Vaughn reached with a walk. Jalen Rogue watches yet another one go for a ball. 2-1 count. Jones stares over, delivers. Swung on a miss. Strike 2. That breaking ball there caught him looking. Two count. Inside pitch. Three-two count now. That one hits off the backside of Rogue. And he'll head forward. Second hit by pitch that Rogue has seen today. Group visit on the mound to get a little bit better of a look at this. See Coach Birch digging in the mound, kind of showing you, hey, this is what you got to do. You got to plant your foot down, get things rolling. Looking for the latest Pioneers merch, hats, shirts, hoodies, jerseys, official team programs, and much more, including those nice pinstripe new threads that the Pioneers are wearing today? You can come to one of the Pioneers games and you can check it out, available at Dunn Field. So 6-3 now, as a man is on first and a man is on second. Jacob Jones still on the mound here after the coach's talk. As he looks back on him. A little bit of a lead taken off there by the two runners. That pitch goes outside into the right side batter's box. It goes past Duback. 2 bases are loaded and move forward. Man on third, man on second. Just a quick jog moves them forward as a wild pitch there gets past Duback and allows for the Muckdogs now to have an opportunity to get a couple home. One-0 count now. That pitch. Outside, 2-0 count. Once again, still no outs in this inning. That one, another one outside. 3-0 now. No outs, no strikes right now. The dish, ball 4. Bases are now loaded. And coach comes in to talk one more time. And in comes a new pitcher. It's going to be Cannon Van Duzer coming up after we take a quick break here from Dunn Field. The Elmira Pioneers are sponsored by AIM Independent Living, AJ's Outdoor Power Equipment, Ann's Pancakes, Centralis Health, Blaze Brockway, Bully Hill Vineyards, CAF USA, Casa Trinity Prevention, Chemung Canal Trust Company, Chemung Supply, Coca-Cola, Council Rock Wealth Advisory Group, Dandy Mini Marts, Elm Chevrolet, Elmira Heat Treating, Chemung County Family Fitness Center, Finger Lakes Federal Credit Union, FM Howell, Glove House, Guthrie, Hilliard Corporation, Honeybee Made, Jubilee Foods, Kahuna's, Kennedy Valve, M&T Bank, Martha Lloyd Community Services, McDonald's, Papa John's, Pathways, Pinecroft, Rodney J. Strange, Serve Pro, Serve You Credit Union, Sheddens, Solutions Credit Union, Southern Tier Custom Fabricators, Susan Minchin Dentistry, Swan Morse Insurance, Texas Roadhouse, Tom South Corning Collision, the United States Army, the United States Navy, Vasco Brands, Wegmans, Wise Markets, Well Now Urgent Care, WETM, Wiggle 100, and Woodbrook Assisted Living. Thank you for sponsoring the Elmira Pioneers, and go Pios. Pios fans, good times come in groups, schools, churches, scouts, youth sports, non-profit. www.theelmirapioneers.com for details. And Cannon Van Duzer enters into this contest last season. He was playing for Geneva, the Geneva Red Wings. Then he decided, hey, I'm a little bit closer to Elmira. Why not look at them? Go for a historic team like the Elmira Pioneers. Coach Drum was all ears. And Cannon Van Duzer enters onto the mound. He takes a step through. He throws that one. Fastball does not hit his spot for ball number 1. Base is currently loaded. A tough situation for a pitcher, inheriting 3 runners. That pitch also outside. Miles Manel comes here as the batter, and he's seen 2 balls already. Pitch down. That one's grounded. It's picked up there by Michael Gardner, who flips it over to the second baseman. And trying to turn the double play is Keefe. He can't get it to go. Ball comes out. And in the situation, two end up scoring for Batavia. Only one out gained. So now score sits at 5-6. One out was gained there from the second base throw, but coming home on that one is Jalen Rogue and Kyle Vaughn. That one goes for a ball. All of a sudden, this game's getting tight here between the two sides. Pitch. Swung on for a strike. 1-1. Batavia wearing their traditional black and reds. Been a champion of those two colors for years. Got them through their toughest challenges. That one goes past. Base runner going. And Monell, who reached on the error. It'd be error, fielder's choice, whichever you'd like to call it there. We'll see what the official scorekeeper ends up giving it. But he makes it up to second. Kenny Van Duzer stares down the opponent. Batavia, big storyline for this one. 5 runs, only 1 hit. That one goes foul. Five runs, but just 1 hit. Comparison, Elmira Pioneers currently 6 runs, 4 hits, 3 errors. Squad, Van Duzer staring down the catcher. Timeout is called. And I don't blame him in that situation. If I'm standing across from Gannon Van Duzer at the plate, it's not an immediate pitch, I'm going to be a little bit concerned. That one goes inside. Ends up hitting the batter. Socorro. So now it's a runner at first and a runner at third. Men on the corners. Excuse me. Dead ball moves him back to second. James Quintano steps in here. Top of the 8th. Outside. 6-5 game. Tying run is right across the diamond there. The leading run currently sits at first base. Van Duzer stares down. Delivers. Ball. Number 2. Duzer using the near side of the rubber, closer to first base. That one bounces in the dirt. Hold off. They rule it a strike. Seemed or ball. Gave a point as if it was a strike. Call it a strike. Third base coach Martinez is not too pleased with that one. He gave the point for the strike there. Was a little bit of a confusion. So it's a 2-1 count. Runner goes. That one's a hit and run. And here comes the tying run. It goes into the outfield. The second hit on the day for Batavia. Coming off the bat there of Gentino. And this game is all tied up at 6. RBI single puts them tied in this game with just 1 out. Man on first, man on second. Being able to stretch that one all the way home was Miles Manelli. Coming in, new hitter here for Batavia. That one's cracked. Over towards Van Duzer. Grabbed. Flip over by Keefe. Tries to hit the second baseman who cannot hold on to it. To the shortstop, Michael Gardner can't hold on to it. So everyone reaches there. Bases are now loaded. The leading run is 90 feet away from home. And coming out to speak with the pitcher, and it's going to be a pitching change. New pitcher coming in. Cannon Van Duzer is going to step out, and we're going to take a brief second pause here from Dunfield. The Elmira Pioneers are sponsored by AIM Independent Living, AJ's Outdoor Power Equipment, Ann's Pancakes, Centralis Health, Blaze Brockway, Bully Hill Vineyards, CAF USA, Casa Trinity Prevention, Chemung Canal Trust Company, Chemung Supply, Coca-Cola, Council Rock Wealth Advisory Group, Dandy Mini Marts, Elm Chevrolet, Elmira Heat Treating, Chemung County Family Fitness Center, Finger Lakes Federal Credit Union, FM Howell, Glove House, Guthrie, Hilliard Corporation, Honeybee Made, Jubilee Foods, Kahuna's, Kennedy Valve, M&T Bank, Martha Lloyd Community Services, McDonald's, Papa John's, Pathways, Pinecroft, Rodney J. Strange, ServPro, Serve You Credit Union, Sheddens, Solutions Credit Union, Southern Tier Custom Fabricators, Susan Minchin Dentistry, Swan Morse Insurance, Texas Roadhouse, Tom South Corning Collision, the United States Army, the United States Navy, Vasco Brands, Wegmans, Wise Markets, Well Now Urgent Care, WETM, Wiggle 100, and Woodbrook Assisted Living. Thank you for sponsoring the Elmira Pioneers, and go Pios. New pitcher checks into the contest, and his brother started the beginning of this one, and Larson enters the later half of it. Game's tied 6-6. The leading run is just 90 feet away. Glenn Brooks ready to step in here. Game tied at 6. 1 out. Pitch. In there for a strike. Larson Birch, 4th season with the Pioneers. Elmira native. That one swung on and missed. Strike 2. And the consistent strikes there is what Birch is going to need and the Pioneers are going to need to hold off the chance of the Muckdogs' lead. Fouled off. Once again, battle between the past two West Division champions. Elmira Pioneers won it in 2023 and 2024. Batavia Muckdogs won it in 2025. Knotted up at 6. Larson Birch is in. Stares down Glenn Brooks. Timeout. It's called. Birch stares down, throws it. That one's hit towards the shortstop. Flip over, turns two. Not in time. Run will score. And Batavia takes the lead. 7-6 here in the top of the 8th. Elmira not able to turn two here. They are able to get the out at second base. So now it's only 2 on the corners. But all of a sudden, a 4-run inning that's gone through 3 separate relief pitchers has led to a Batavia Muckdogs lead and Elmira having to play from behind. Pitch outside. Not able to hold on to that one was Dubeck, but he gets in front of it. Ball 1. I keep coming back to it, but it's just one of the biggest factors in this game. Batavia has 7 runs. That one fouled back. 7 runs in this contest on just 2 hits. Elmira 6 runs on 4 hits. But what's also hurting them in this game is those 4 errors. Throw back over. It's gonna be a chase down here between the first and second baseman. And he gets back to first. Ball comes out. Run scores. As they were trying to chase it down, miscommunication allows for Quintino to get over to, for Miles Manel to get over there. Now all of a sudden, Braden Nye watches yet another one to go across the plate. So now just a man on first base here. Braden Nye looks on. Back over trying to get. Difficulty with a throwback. 2-1 count still. 2 outs. Story of this game is going to be this 8th inning. Batavia scoring 5 of its 8 runs just in this inning so far. Swung on and missed. The race down there, the stolen base there comes from Manel. But the jump up by Dubeck, no one in the area. The fielders are playing back more towards the edge of the grass. 2-2 count. Pitch fouled back. Birch looks on. He stares back, throws it through. That one is just check swing, but it will bloop over top of Michael Gardner. Throwing this one is Ferranti, but racing all the way from second base into home for yet another run for the Muckdogs. Glenn Brooks. It is now 9-6. 6 of the 9 runs coming in this inning. That one there ruled as a hit. Little just end of bat check swing, and got enough on it to bloop it over the shortstop's head. Birch fired up with Dubak. You know, you hear about those conversations that happen between catchers and pitchers. You wonder what could have been said there between Larson and his man behind the plate. I mean, you think about it. Some guys, even in their perfect games, will be talking to their catcher and telling him, hey, tell me a joke. Get me out of this situation. That's what Jim Bunning did. Foul ball there was strike one, and Larson steps off to wipe down as the batter also calls for time. That one hit high, hit deep, but in the glove of Brett Baker. So Pioneers get out of the inning, but not before the Muckdogs score 6 and take the lead. It's 9-6 now here at Dunn Field. Elmira, they have to get up to the plate and start swinging the baseball. We'll be right back. The Elmira Pioneers are sponsored by AIM Independent Living, AJ's Outdoor Power Equipment, Ann's Pancakes, Centralis Health, Blaze Brockway, Bully Hill Vineyards, CAF USA, Casa Trinity Prevention, Chemung Canal Trust Company, Chemung Supply, Coca-Cola, Council Rock Wealth Advisory Group, Dandy Mini Marts, Elm Chevrolet, Elmira Heat Treating, Chemung County Family Fitness Center, Finger Lakes Federal Credit Union, FM Howell, Glove House, Guthrie, Hilliard Corporation, Honeybee Made, Jubilee Foods, Kahuna's, Kennedy Valve, M&T Bank, Martha Lloyd Community Services, McDonald's, Papa John's, Pathways, Pinecroft, Rodney J. Strange, ServPro, Serve You Credit Union, Sheddens, Solutions Credit Union, Southern Tier Custom Fabricators, Susan Minchin Dentistry, Swan Morse Insurance, Texas Roadhouse, Tom South Corning Collision, the United States Army, the United States Navy, Vasco Brands, Wegmans, Wise Markets, Well Now Urgent Care, WETM, Wiggle 100, and Woodbrook Assisted Living. Thank you for sponsoring the Elmira Pioneers, and go Pios. Back here for the game, and Walter Garrett stays out there for the Batavia Muckdogs after they put up 6 on the board. Took the lead in the top half of the 8th inning. Trevor Reed coming up now for the Pioneers. And put some bat on ball. Pitch there. Goes down the alley for strike one. Trevor Reed, his last time up, struck out. And before that, it was a sacrifice hit, and he got hit by the pitch, but ended up reaching home. Strike two. Nine to 6 here. Swung on a miss there. Correction on my end here. Pitcher that came in is Eric Woodley. For Batavia. First out down there. Ryan Kristoff steps up to the plate. That one goes for strike number one. All of a sudden, the fans trying to get behind, trying to help this team get behind and come back to the lead. Tall task, though. 3 runs they got to score. They've only scored more than 3 in one inning in this game, and that was the second. It's been a little bit of time. 2 strikes now. And that low stance there coming from Eric Woodley. Just the ball laying on the ground. You know, you see some pitchers have interesting poses. They go down to their catcher. I think mainly guys like Craig Kimbrell. But this is one of a kind. Just a full squat and lower by Woodley. 0-2 count. High. Fastball high there does not work in his favor. 1-2 count. That one goes foul. 1-2. As he steps inside here. Pioneers here at historic Dunn Field. Opened in 1888. That one swung on and missed. Strike 3. And Eric Woodley is dealing. It's out number 2. Quinlan Keefe steps up to the plate, wearing that white helmet. He gets ready to go. That one's hit. That's going back deep. Potentially going over the head, but it's caught on the warning track there by the center fielder and Glenn Brooks. So that's out number 3. Pioneers do not score in the bottom of the 8th as we head to a quick break. The Elmira Pioneers are sponsored by AIM Independent Living, AJ's Outdoor Power Equipment, Ann's Pancakes, Centralis Health, Blaze Brockway, Bully Hill Vineyards, CAF USA, Casa Trinity Prevention, Chemung Canal Trust Company, Chemung Supply, Coca-Cola, Council Rock Wealth Advisory Group, Dandy Mini Marts, Elm Chevrolet, Elmira Heat Treating, Chemung County Family Fitness Center, Finger Lakes Federal Credit Union, FM Howell, Glove House, Guthrie, Hilliard Corporation, Honeybee Made, Jubilee Foods, Kahuna's, Kennedy Valve, M&T Bank, Martha Lloyd Community Services, McDonald's, Papa John's, Pathways, Pinecroft, Rodney J. Strange, ServPro, Serve You Credit Union, Sheddens, Solutions Credit Union, Southern Tier Custom Fabricators, Susan Minchin Dentistry, Swan Morse Insurance, Texas Roadhouse, Tom South Corning Collision, the United States Army, the United States Navy, Vasco Brands, Wegmans, Wise Markets, Well Now Urgent Care, WETM, Wiggle 100, and Woodbrook Assisted Living. Thank you for sponsoring the Elmira Pioneers. Top 9 now here for the Pioneers. New pitcher, Sam Watts from the University of Massachusetts, Dartmouth. Comes out to pitch here in the top of the 9th. Watson team looking for a quick 1-2-3 inning so that they can get back to hitting. Down by 3 after last time up, the Muckdogs put 6 on the board. Coming up to bat, it's going to be a pinch hitter for the Muckdogs. It's going to be Jacob Vesco. Vesco enters in. And he's looking to get his first hit. Vesco enters. He's an outfielder for the team. We're going to get through. Low stance, strike 1. So we enter here into the 9th inning of the first game in the Elmira Pioneers season for 2026. Watts swung on a miss. Strike 2. Watts guns down, throws it, cut on and miss, strike 3. Says he went around. Vesco strikes out. It's out number 1. Now up to bat, it's going to be Jalen Roque. Roque, the designated hitter. He got hit by the pitch in the last inning. Swung on a miss. Been hit twice by the pitch today. Top of the 9th inning. 1 out so far. Pioneers look to get their first win of the season. However, Muckdogs stand in firm competition. Team that got the Western Division Championship last season. Swung on a miss. Strike 2. Oh, 2 count. Watts hangs over. Gets ready for his pitch. Fouled off. And the fans begin to clap. Oh, 2. 1 out. Pitch. Outside in the other batter's box. We'll go for a ball. 1-2 count. Watts kicks and deals. Swung on a miss, strike 3. Another punch out for Watts. Watts now 2 outs in the top half of this inning, both coming by way of the strikeout. Evan Brock steps up. 2 outs now. Watts looking to hold off. Outside pitch. A stare down. The throw. High. Ball 2. For Watts, that one looked like it was trying to get it to break. Did not break in his favor, though. 2-0. Watts delivers. Watts sings it in. Strike 1. 2-1 count. A hangover. The throw. Framing done excellently by Dubak to get strike number 2. Watts guns down. 2-2 count. Triple twos here. That one's in the dirt. Full count now, 2 outs. Watts gets ready. Michael Gardner, the shortstop, playing far back. Swung on a miss for strike 3, and that's out number 3. Pioneers, they've got 3 outs to work with to try and put up 3 runs here on the board as we head into the in-between innings here with the Pioneers. The Elmira Pioneers are sponsored by AIM Independent Living, AJ's Outdoor Power Equipment, Ann's Pancakes, Centralis Health, Blaze Brockway, Bully Hill Vineyards, CAF USA, Casa Trinity Prevention, Chemung Canal Trust Company, Chemung Supply, Coca-Cola, Council Rock Wealth Advisory Group, Dandy Mini Marts, Elm Chevrolet, Elmira Heat Treating, Chemung County Family Fitness Center, Finger Lakes Federal Credit Union, FM Howell, Glove House, Guthrie, Hilliard Corporation, Honeybee Made, Jubilee Foods, Kahuna's, Kennedy Valve, M&T Bank, Martha Lloyd Community Services, McDonald's, Papa John's, Pathways, Pinecroft, Rodney J. Strange, ServPro, Serve You Credit Union, Sheddens, Solutions Credit Union, Southern Tier Custom Fabricators, Susan Minchin Dentistry, Swan Morse Insurance, Texas Roadhouse, Tom South Corning Collision, the United States Army, the United States Navy, Vasco Brands, Wegmans, Wise Markets, Well Now Urgent Care, WETM, Wiggle 100, and Woodbrook Assisted Living. Thank you for sponsoring the Elmira. As we come back here, Jalen Tidwell getting ready to go. This here is make or break for the Pioneers. 3 outs to determine the rest of this contest. First pitch, strike number 1. The Batavia Muckdogs in the 8th inning put up 6 runs. That one foul back. 2 strikes now. The pitch comes from Woodley. Outside. That is fastball. Not in there. He squats down. He gets in his stance. And delivers for strike number 3. Paints the corner. Jalen Tidwell gets out. Elmira is down to 2 more outs to make this through. Here we go, first pitch in there for a strike. And Woodley, he's throwing some heat. Quinlan Keefe working hard here to get through. That one swung on a miss, strike number 2. Oh, 2 count, outside pitch. 1-2 now, 1 out. Pitch goes, that one sky high. It's in foul territory. Rushing on the outside there is the first baseman who catches it, puts it down. 2 outs now for the Pioneers to score. They have 1 more out to go for an opportunity to score 3. If not to score 4 to take the lead. Coming up is Pios. Pitch there, strike 1. Excuse me, high, ball 1. Fans looking to get into this one. That one's cracked high. It's going to center field. Getting underneath that one there is going to be Brooks. He makes the catch, and the score is final. The Batavia Muckdogs enter into Dunn Field, and in the 8th inning score 6 unanswered runs that result in them taking the victory on opening day. And the West Division champs, they ride high and entering into tomorrow. And looking at the upcoming games here for the sides, we can see for Elmira, they head into Batavia tomorrow to take on the Muckdogs for the second half of this 2-game series. Then on Thursday, the Olean Oilers come into Dunn Field. It's a free poster schedule night for you folks. And then also Saturday, Geneva Red Wings come to Dunn Field. Meet the team night. For more information about tickets for Dunn Field, you can call 607-734-2690. Final score of this one is the Batavia Muckdogs win 9-6 over the Elmira Pioneers. And we will see you tomorrow for that game